Hello, 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 hello. So today we'll be continuing the dance bars hunt. You know, one does making sure that I have enough ingredients for everything, but I should. I don't need too much to be getting enough for one day. I think I need curry powder, but I'm gonna be buying a little bit of anyways, since I'm low on it. I don't remember exactly what is the recipe right now, but you know, better to be a bunch of them anyways. At least, you know, be having them. But yeah, we'll be going to Area 0 as usual, because it's one of the best places to be going for dance bars anyways. You know, kind of the only normal type there. Even though, you know, you're only using counter power too, so, you know, everything else can also be there. Let's buy fuel cutters as well. I also doubt that I need that, but as I said, might as well be like getting everything a decent amount. Doesn't really hurt. Even though very rarely I actually will be running out of materials. The thing is though that when you're making the same sandwich bunch of times, it is quite likely. I'm gonna, I think, quickly try to release few Pokemons, even though I'm not gonna be running out of space. Also, let me get my usual team up as well. Still in the boxes from last time. Can I be bothered? I don't know. Do I have like an empty place somewhere? Yeah, I will be just moving these over here real quickly then. I really should should be doing that. Yeah, 6 so far. More to come. Let's make a picnic then, shall we? Like 34? I think it's the sandwich. Could be totally misremembering though. It is. It is 34. It's an encounter normal 2. Start with a magical star one because you know always the pick matters so much. I think again I might as well be sometimes be putting the bun on top if it seems like it's easy enough to be putting there. Yeah, depending on how many we can be finding today, I may or may not be hunting something else today as well. As usual, I don't really know. Hard to be predicting how things go, you know. Still haven't been bothering to be getting enough things so I could be doing better sandwiches, but mainly encounter power too. But as I said, I don't really want the title power, and I haven't been really looking for recipes that will be doing that. But then again, you know, I'm completely happy with the encounter power 2 only. You know, it's nicer that, you know, you have actual recipes in there instead of like making custom ones. If you ask me. Because they're kind of already done there. I will say one thing that I'm surprised how quiet this game is, because for the last few days, or like since the last time that I streamed, I've been playing, well, not non-stop, but quite a bit of Destiny 2 because of the new, and you know, the new and the last DLC for it, which is pretty good. Done with, you know, story-wise with everything that there is right now. Like main story-wise, there's like the extra things there, but we're getting something new like pretty soon for it, so looking forward to that. But yeah. Pretty nice, pretty good game. Let's get some shiny luck today, shall we? Like few shinies. I'll be completely happy with that. Maybe 3 would be quite nice. I'm not usually, you know, that lucky with a Scarlet and Violet, but I don't need to. I don't mind quieter days. It's just usually I would be at least getting few because, you know, just the sheer amount of Pokemons you see, it's quite likely to be getting at least a shiny. Even though most of the time it's not what you're looking for. In my case. But then again, you know, I know that there would be chances for me to be making things better, but I don't mind. I don't mind. Yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm an okay day myself indeed. Nothing too bad going on today. Pretty chill, pretty chill. I mean, to be fair, I haven't been awake for too long because, you know, what is a sleep schedule when a new thing comes out? You want to be playing? What is a sleep schedule? Anyways, I don't know that. Why? It's about the question, why aren't you actually burying yourself away? Is the problem I wasn't in a battle with you even? Audio. I was thinking that I did have 7 spars found, but I did get tricked by, you know, one of them being actually straight away a thing called nothing. Spars. I don't know, it doesn't really count. But yeah, I think I try to make Dunsparce at least like... Oh, wrong button. Just meant to be pressing the other button. I try to be making it like I would be hunting it twice a month, I think. But the problem still is that, you know, I have so many other hunts. I also want to be completing only a certain amount of time per week. Still want to be having, you know, 2 off days. Dunsparce is one of the only hunts I would like to say in Scarlet and Violet that I would like to only do that for the day. I mean, usually at the end I do like a little bit of like outbreak hunting, but apart from that I usually just do only Dunsparce. Could be because it's one of the only... I don't know, it is the only Scarlet and Violet hunt that I have actually like some sort of like a counter for. This is not the easiest thing to do and I can be bothering with it. Imagine counting every single Pokemon in this game. Pain, that'd be. Hello, Esparta. Really should be try to be getting farther away from here this time because there's so many Pokemons there that are annoying to be dealing with, so as well be despawning all of them. With a couple of group spawn. I think it's the first group spawn that I have gotten today, which is kind of surprising. Because I did like come to here and everything, and usually at that time there would be at least one group spawn spawning in. I'm a little bit surprised that there was actually a group spawn there. Only now. I mean, it still hasn't been like 10 minutes that I've been hunting, but still. Usually by that time I've seen plenty of them. Then again, you tend to be seeing them a lot less when you're walking about in here, from what I have seen. You know, you don't despawn that many Pokemon at once and stuff, so kind of not room for a group spawn to be forming in. I will say that I'm still kind of looking forward to what is going to be the Paradox Shiny that I get during this. Because surely I'll be getting one. I mean, there is only so many options. Today seems to be very much of an Iron Bundle day. Today seems to be very much of an Iron Bundle day, so I don't know. Usually it's Iron Hands that I see more. What if there would be in this game an island that would only be having Dunsparce in? I definitely wouldn't mind that. Definitely wouldn't mind that if there would be an island in this game that would be only having Dunsparce in. This is technically the closest thing that we have. It's still quite a bit from the kind of place that I would like to see. Oh no. The poor Dunsparce. Silly game. I definitely did get caught by surprise by that Iron Chuckulus there. Which is still probably one of the weirdest names for Pokemons. Just find it very odd. I mean, I get it, it makes sense for it, but it doesn't make it any less weirder. Like, I can kind of make sense out of every single one of them, name-wise. Paradox Pokemons. But Chuckylus definitely be one of the weirder kinds. Oh yeah, today is a very nice day in one thing. It's been very rainy today. I love it. I love it to the bits. There has been such great amount of rain today. It's, you know, smell nice and refreshing today because of that. And also a fun thing was when I did start up this game today, it was raining in game as well. Of course, you know, it's down to luck, like what weather it is when you boot up the game, but still I find it quite funny that it just happened to be also rain in the game when I did start it up. Like, what is this Pokemon Go? Having real life weather in game. At least most of the time. At least most of the time indeed. Thankfully, Dragonacle isn't too difficult to be running away from. It's thankfully one of the easier ones. Hello, Drippy. I was thinking that I'm forgetting one of the group spells because I did remember, like, Climate Gilmora. Dragolog was the one that I was forgetting. It is probably partially because, you know, version exclusive, even though I mostly play Violet anyways. But still, I guess because, you know, it's not really talked about that much. Also, did that Dunsparce disappear even though I was in a battle with it? Usually they don't disappear if I'm in a battle with them, which is so strange. And I don't fully get it. Why it would be like that. But anyways... What did you... Dude, I did get most of the trees to despawn. I could technically get rid of the rest of them if I would really want to. I'm just gonna knock down this last 3p there, because it's otherwise gonna be a little annoying that it is there. At least, you know, some of the time, because, you know, it's a ghost, so they like to be spooky and disappear every once in a while. Cool feature, but at the same time, eh. Doesn't make sense for all the ghosts as well. I mean, not every ghost does it, but I don't think that it should have been such a ghost thing to be doing, to be fair. Very spooky. Really knock down the Esparta before it becomes too much of a problem. Very soon. Gonna be making another sandwich, even though, you know, this isn't that close to being done, but should be making a new sandwich anyways. So, you know, I'll be getting like an hour worth of sandwich time that I'm not actually hunting for, and then, you know, every hour there will be a break time. I'm gonna do a little different. I usually don't write about. Usually like just, you know, wait and see, but do things a little differently. I mean, I have not done this too many times, to be fair. Anyways, I don't know exactly how many times, but I haven't done it too many times, but I usually like to walkabouts instead. I like it a little bit more. Especially because it's such a small area, so when you're riding about with your Coridon, doesn't really help out that much. Hard to be getting, you know, things to be despawning nicely. At least in my experience. And I haven't really been using them too much, but still, I found personally Coridon or Coridon to be nicer to be used when you're like running about in places. And I guess another thing is that, you know, downspurs they do be, all the kinds that do be running away, so it doesn't really matter that much that it doesn't matter that much that that I'll be moving fast, because I can just be waiting and despawning them that way. My sandwich run out or something. Oh, hello. Finally, luckily made one as well. I've seen all the group spawns that I'm aware of. Yeah, I would be happy with at least 2 phases. If I get 3 phases today, it would be very nice. Because usually I'll get... I don't know, has there even been a day that I wouldn't be getting anything for dance bars? Usually there's at least something. And also I'm talking about like actual dance bars faces and not like I'll be getting gibbles. Like actual dance bars. I mean, I will still say that 3P, I wouldn't mind. I don't mind to be getting a 3P, but I don't really need to. It is one of the Pokemon that is definitely a pain to be hunting for. So, you know... I guess depending on how lucky I get, it's most likely gonna be a one that I would be hunting in this game. Just because how how much easier it will be. Because I can never be stop saying it enough that how weird I found it that nowadays there is some Pokemons that you're most likely gonna be seeing the evolved form or forms for than the, you know, the base form. I mean, overall, I don't mind it because, you know, cool to be seeing fully evolved ones in the wild, but I also would like to be seeing the prevos as well. I've said it a bunch of times, something like it's stupid that Bounce Wit is not available in... we're not available at all in Ultra games. But hey, it's cool to be seeing the evolved forms for sure. I think that is one of the things that I would like to say that Scarlet and Violet does do quite well, that we'll be seeing good amount of, you know, be seeing good amount of the evolved forms, but also a good amount of the Eos as well. I'll go and soon make that sandwich. Wrong button, it's Y in this game, straight away. I'm quite glad that honestly this game did get rid of the... It did get rid of the button that will be straight away going into a... into the, like, the online menu. Or like... yeah, because it isn't really too necessary at all. I mean, surely it would be nice to be having like an easy access to there, but it's not like it's too necessary. interesting way I'm stacking this. Yeah? Seems about right. It always reminds me whenever like my Pokemon to be going through the picnic table. Always reminds me of the weird thing that in Sword and Shield when you're making Gahari, you know, there is the thing that randomly Pokemons can be joining. Joining thing indeed. But there is, if you have like a very big Pokemons anyways, and like in your entire like party is full of like big Pokemons, you can technically duplicate Pokemons because like your Pokemon is taking the role of the Pokemon that is supposed to be arriving to your place. It's such a weird thing that you can get your Pokemon again. Oh, silly things, silly things. But yeah, the problem is that it only really works with big Pokemons. So, you know, there isn't too many of them that you can be using, but it's something, I suppose. Weird thing nonetheless. But then again, it's good to be knowing that, because if you're hunting for like Pokemons with the Kari method, then it just means that, you know, you just know that you just don't have the entire party filled with large Pokemon, so, you know, you're not gonna be running into that issue. I wasn't that close. Game. Please. Don't start this. Don't start with your weird hitbox. Not again. A lonely goodbye. A lonely goodbye. Like, not even one gibble. Okay, game. It's usually, even if it fails, like to be getting a group spawn there, at least, you know, tries to be something there. Anyway. We got another successful gibble group spawn. Not just a singular bite. Well, happens. Oh, let's get going then. Interesting. There seems to be a bunch of sponge over downstairs there. It's always nice to be seen with like encounter power too, just like in my case downstairs. Because it is quite rare, to be fair, to be just finding like one singular Pokemon. Because even with like level 3, it's like most likely you'll be getting at least one Transparus somewhere. But I'm gonna still say that I think that Dunsparce could have been getting a secondary typing when it evolved. It could have, honestly, because you know it has the thing anyways that it's mostly found in caves, or and you know it likes to be underground, at least to be escaping you, so it could have been getting a crown typing. I wouldn't mind to be getting, you know, another normal crown type. And of course they don't need to always be getting another type, but I could have been seeing it to be the case. Because some people have been complaining it anyways, that why isn't Dunsparce anyways like having a secondary typing of ground. Which I kind of get it, but then again, you know, not everything that is in caves needs to be having, you know, either a rock or a ground type. I guess most of them do. They definitely don't need you. The use is small. Very small. There's so many times that I would like to just capture a Pokemon, see that at least it's the smallest of them all, but it's so unlikely that having, you know, easy power, but it could be. It's not impossible, it's just unlikely. Unlikely indeed. Only two there. Oh. I see. Rip spawn. Still, I will be always saying it that I would so be wishing that there would be some way to be getting rid of the group spawns. Apart from, you know, making level 3 sandwich in this case. Well, it isn't too bad. I'm not too upset about it, but I wouldn't mind it if that would be the case. I don't think that any of you are shiny, but I'm gonna... Yeah. Even though they most likely are gonna be there when I do be going in here, yeah. I was quite sure from afar already. Just tried to be getting away because I knew that it would be close to be hitting me soon. But unfortunately it was too late at that point already. Oh, 2 group spawns. There goes like all my spawns. For a second I thought that one of the limits was shiny because it was in the... like in... just in the perfect way in the light there. Oh no. It was just indeed the light, nothing else. It's kind of weird to be hearing that people are saying that this game is done with updates. I mean, yes, surely it would be making sense that this game would be done with its updates, but at the same time, I think if there would be something that really needed to be fixed in this game, would be doing it still. I mean, also I will say that I'm kind of saying that it's kind of a shame that there isn't too many games that do that anymore, that even though a newer version of the game has already like been released and everything, they would still be like updating the previous one, at least like a little bit. Because I like that there has been like some games that have been like that, you know, has already been you know, a new one coming in, but they're still like updating the previous one. But then again, there is a bunch of games that, you know, they will be released at some point. And they are never gonna be really releasing updates to it. It's just gonna be at whatever broken state it is. It is very rare to be seeing it nowadays, to be fair. But it was, you know, more of a case when, you know, on like physical copies of the game were a thing. I personally don't mind that it's the case that, you know, physical copies are getting away, but it is still kind of sad. There's a bunch of times I'm very old in that I do remember that they were a big thing. Always joking about that I'm old. I'm not really old, but I like to joke about it. But yeah, it's quite interesting though to think about. Even though, you know, I'm pretty old, there's still some things that I consider that I'm too young for. Because I'm more the type of person that I don't need to be getting things too quickly. Like, I mean, like too young. I know there's quite a good amount of people that they need to be having everything. This is very hard to be seeing these freebies, by the way. Like, they need to be having a bunch of things accomplished. Like, super quickly. Which I have never myself understood. Like, I know that people say because of social media it has been a thing that people are comparing themselves to others, but I will say also that it has always been the case. It's just more apparent nowadays. It's more apparent nowadays with social media, definitely, but it has definitely always been the case. And I will also say that for most things, I will say that there isn't really an age per se, but at the same time, I might not be feeling like I'm ready because I'm too young in that. Because, you know, as nice as it would be to be owning my or our own house, I at the same time think that I'm like a little too young for it in the way that I don't know if I will be old enough to be knowing how to do it, even though I have been living in, you know, your own places a bunch. But then again, it's a different thing to actually be owning the place yourself. And there is, you know, the certain kind of ease that you get if you like, even though you will be owning the place, but you go into like apartment buildings still. You know, you don't need to be doing everything yourself. There's, you know, certain kind of ease for it. And I'm very glad that it's honestly like more of a thing nowadays as well, that people are willing to be living in apartment buildings and still like own the apartment. Good morning, EEST, how are you doing? good here. Also, I will say one thing that I have noticed today is that people look so dull in this game. I mean, to be fair, I'm used to Legends Arceus that, you know, colors to be popping, but still. People just isn't really seem that blue. I did notice that you did get Articuno. Congrats on that. Pretty nice. Yeah. Maybe I'll be getting Xerneas. I'm having like a wishful thinking that I will be getting it before Safari Week. But then again, there isn't like, what, like 4 times I'll be streaming before that. Well, could definitely be that it doesn't take too long to be hitting, you know, 500. It's a lot of a sudden like extreme amount of group spawns. Like hasn't been like almost anything of group spawns like today at all, and now all of a sudden they are all appearing. Also, I did notice that there is, starting tomorrow, there is like a water themed outbreaks. I mean, it's just that you'll be getting more of like marks. Something, I guess. I'm not that excited about the Pokemons that they did choose for them. As well. Because a fan of the Pokemons that they did choose for to be in the outbreaks. Like Finnison and Horsey are okay, I guess, but just forgetting the last one anyway, so I'm guessing that it wasn't really that interesting. This is again like in every single area there is a different one. Horsey's, that's the only problem, is that for whatever reason Scarlet and Violet being Scarlet and Violet, it's shiny is not the greatest. I mean, to be fair, I haven't personally been the biggest of fan of Horsey and Cedra's shinies anyways. I really only like Kindra. Also, apparently, if we believe believe the thing's called forecasts. There should be in half an hour or so, there should be thunderstorms kicking in. Well, let's see. I mean, they were correct about rain today, though, so, you know, there's at least something. I mean, I don't really like if there would be thunderstorms per se, but, I mean, more water is more water. Oh yeah, a little unfortunate thing because of some wildfires somewhat close by. It's still quite far away that we might be getting, in quotes, winter. Because there has just been forest fires and they did create like ash clouds. Or clouds, and they are, you know, mostly ash. So that's gonna be fun. It'll definitely be weird thing to be switching to winter tires in the middle of June. But possible. It's just this indeed the problem of, you know, the lack of rain. It's just the thing is that technically the clouds could be disappearing before it hits in here, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's head out of here though. Oh yeah, it's not in the middle, it's in the corner. Break time indeed. Might as well be going to that menu, so we'll be hearing at least some sort of music. It's like a bird or something outside. Cat is worrying instead. What's going on there? I'll soon make that sandwich. There. Oh, sunset pin, I guess. Even though it doesn't matter at all what a pin it is. I wonder if in this recipe there would be something that would be okay to be missing. Because it would be nice to know with every single recipe that what is okay to be missing and what isn't. Because in some recipes you can be missing like quite a good few ingredients and like the game is still like, okay, sure. I'll still be giving you the same things. Because when I was making a few, like, watching like sandwich recipes and was like, try to be making myself in one of the online tools. Like, I think I could be missing, like, from one of the recipes that I did test out. I could be missing, like, half of them and it would still be giving the right boost. Which is kind of insane. Like, what is the point at that point then, even? But it also kind of begs the question, because we've been getting so many, like, making food minigames in the last few Pokemon games. Is there going to be, like, a Pokemon game that you would actually be cooking yourself the food? Just, like, based on that? Because Cafe Remix is the closest thing, but, you know, it's not like you're really, you know, making them yourself. Then again, it kind of makes sense that we would be having, like, the capability to making food in games. Because it was quite a big thing in the anime for quite some time that there was a character that was in the charge of making food for the entire group that was in the anime at the time. Oh. My sister transports. I was thinking that it would be the Iron Hands. Sure. You do your game. But yeah. And also, you know, even though, you know, Pokemon isn't too realistic of a game, but it kind of makes sense that you would be having like some sort of a way to be feeding your Pokemons. I mean, as I said, there first was, you know, the Ami or whatever I think it was called. It's refresh and whatever my things. And of course you could always be giving your Pokemon berries, but it didn't really have any effect to be doing it, at least with most of the food items in the earlier games. Like, surely they might be healing a little bit of HP, cure a certain status condition or something like that, but is it really worth it? Not always. I would say that I do find it quite interesting that for quite some time there was like, or I guess there still is, there is the reducing berries, and that will be like boosting your friendship, and then there's the ones that increase your friendship with a Pokemon or decrease your friendship with your Pokemons. But hey, they're pretty good items. It's just like most of the time it's really worth it. Hmm. Hello. Are you doing is? Oh, it's lag spike game. I don't want to despawn that climate there. Kind of do. I suppose that I will be surprised if I don't get another group spawn over here. So that's usually a place that I'll be getting group spawns in. Because it sometimes feels like there's some places in this game that are having group spawns. I mean, technically there is few places in this game that there is kind of group spawns, like guaranteed ones. Like there is, you know, a spot where there is a like Mudstale and Mudbray be running about. Sometimes there might be 2 Mudbrays there. Not always, but sometimes for sure. I did get a little bit afraid when there was just a giant Reapy on the screen. Just sitting on top of the place and stuff. Happens. But it is quite interesting though, even though, you know, Repeat will be a ghost to ghost. It can still be like going through the walls. You know, in the situations where they do be getting stuck inside the walls. It's just interesting that they don't really know how to be getting out of there. Even though they definitely do be knowing how to be disappearing. I've seen that a bunch of times. They've been doing that indeed. Probably the most interesting outbreak that I did notice that I have today is a Flygon one. I do be always be checking out if there's any interesting outbreaks happening, but it's pretty interesting, you know. There was again a question mark outbreak, and I'm like, again like, what it could really be here. It is at the top part of the map and seeming to be here in water. So, you know, my thoughts are like maybe a shelter or a cloister. There was a cloister outbreak like right beside it though. I mean, at least it can be, you know, a squawability, and even if it would be, I should be able to know each of the different colors now. So I did knock down every single kind that I did see. I was on Monday looking at the outbreaks. I guess in a white one I knew that I already had. And as I said, blue one is the most common one. The green one is quite easy to be running into as well. Just surprised that I didn't see the yellow one at all. I don't want to be getting traded Chinese. I want to be finding Chinese myself. Well, yeah, Iron Hands is definitely a possibility to be finding in here. Even though it has been less common today than it usually is. Wouldn't be the first one of the bunch that I find them. Be the second one. Thank you for the lux. As soon as it's time for another sandwich as well. Oh. I was thinking what's over there because I did see the thing there. I didn't see who it was. It was an iron bundle. I would say that if I would be getting a paradox shiny today, it would probably be iron bundle. Nice. Hello, when you get the one that you're looking for. I mean, for me, it's probably gonna be taking some time before I get it. Anyways. If I would be more consistent with the hunt, I probably would be getting it surprisingly sooner. It's not the most consistent with the hunt. If I only just could be in Area 0 without making sandwiches, then, you know, that would be making one part of the thing a little bit easier. I mean, outbricks are a thing, but still, I don't want to be resetting too much for them. Find it boring and kind of unnecessary because there is a place anyways. And I can be finding them pretty much everywhere. But yeah, I might be doing quite a good amount of transports hunting next week as well. I do 2 even, try to be catching up a little bit with the amount that I need to be capturing. Which is 17 currently. Slowly but surely getting there. It's going. Haven't found anything today yet, but it's definitely going. Still, yeah. About 5 minutes, so I'm gonna go ahead and make another sandwich. Yeah. I mean, I already only have been finding 6 so far, so and the chance is 1 in 100. Then, you know, it's to be expected that it's gonna be taking a while. I mean, of course, you can always be getting lucky, but still, to be expected to be taking a little while to be getting the correct one. Oh. Okay, sure, game. Oh, come on. Yeah. Well, I don't use air by myself because can't be bothered with farming a bunch of it. And also because I don't mind doing full odds myself anyways. Nice. That's gonna be taking a while to be getting them. Be getting a one with the rare mark anyways, and being shiny as well. Well, good luck with that then. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Yeah, it's fine. Typos are quite a usual thing to be seeing if, you know, I'm not used to them anyways. To be making typos myself quite often. But you get a new PC then soon. Especially if you need it for something. Just gonna go down here and, you know, slowly but surely be getting out of here. Indeed. Hello, Doramela, how are you doing? Okay. Let's go ahead and make sandwich. I'm trying to roll. This isn't Legends Arceus. You can be rolling. Unfortunately. It's impossible. There we go. Another one under the way. I've been very risky today with the sandwiches. Surprised that they haven't been going too badly today. Then again, to be fair, I'm most of the time with sandwiches pretty much don't caring how it goes, because most of the time, at least the ones that I'm doing are hard to be failing. At least for the normal one. There's some that it's easier to be messing up, like rock sandwiches, with the basically going through the bread. I don't know, for me, most of the sandwiches that are in the, or at least the ones that I'm using, are ones that I wouldn't like to be doing myself. There's a little too much going on them for my liking. And I wouldn't personally be putting rice into a sandwich. Then again, I don't like rice in general. There's very few cases that I'm eating rice. It do be again the situation that I did eat quite a bit when I was a kid, and I did get quite bored of it. Potatoes I started to be liking again though. Because, you know, it gets kind of boring to be eating potatoes pretty much every single day. Especially in school where they are not the greatest. But it is the easiest one to be getting for schools. That's why they did have it a bunch. It's just this absolutely terrible. Thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, I'm most likely gonna be having the other off day of the week to be again on Saturday. Which means, of course, that on Sunday I'll be doing more Dynamax adventures. Most likely tomorrow as well, though. I really want to be pushing the Xerneas to be having as much possibility to be showing off as possible before the Safari week. There's so many things that I would like to be getting done before Safari week. Some did come true already, and some that I don't know. We'll see, we'll see. But it is indeed possible that I get Xerneas 500 checks soon-ish. Probably next weekend, I would like to say. Because right now it would be requiring me to be getting 25 per day, which is not impossible, but kind of is. Don't want to be pushing myself too much. Getting bored of them. It would be kind of crazy to be thinking about how much of a difference it does make in Legends Arceus to be having half the odds for most things. Most of the time, and you know, sometimes even better than that because mass outbreaks and massive mass outbreaks. I mean, to be fair, I'm not really expecting to be finding too many things in Scarlet and Violet because I have never really found that many in one day. I would be considering 3 to be quite lucky. As you know, no charm, no sparkling sandwiches. And if using outbreaks, I'm not gonna be knocking down 30 of them. So, you know. Lots anyways. But do be what it do be. No, some days you'll be getting ridiculously lucky. I've been getting too many of those days, but you know, definitely possible. I'm kind of feeling like Safari Week is gonna be when my luck really is gonna be going through. Finding shinies, not catching them actually. Then again, I don't know what it is about actually Safari Zone that people tend to be getting lucky there a bunch anyways. Yeah, I mean, I don't personally have anything like that, but yeah. Like comparing my, in quotes, full odds hunts for both of the games, it's quite ridiculous how big of a difference it does make. You know, this is 1 in 4K, and then in Legends Arceus, most of the things are 1 in 2K. And then it just gets lower and lower depending on if there is, you know, massive mass outbreaks or mass outbreaks there. But technically, you're gonna be seeing most likely more Pokemons in Scarlet and Violet in the same amount of time. Oh, good luck with that. I said a bunch of times that I can't be doing it in most of the Switch games. It's just so boring to be doing soft resets. I don't like doing soft resets anyways. I'm kind of I'd rather be running about. Yeah, surely you'd be getting more faces that way, but I want to be having fun as well. Um, I think I have, or I did get a shiny Alpha Ring at some point, but I'm pretty sure I evolved into Rosaluna. It was from a massive mass outbreak though, and was a long time ago as well. Nice. At least in Legends Arceus, you don't need to be waiting. The time doesn't randomly change, so you can be resetting all the time you want. Unlike in Scarlet and Violet, that it's kind of annoying that how it works. You're going to be resetting something that is day only. It's gonna be annoying. Thankfully, there really isn't anything like that, though. There's few things, but not that much. Yeah, you can be soft resetting for the spawns that like appear daily, but it's kind of annoying. Like, even though it was the same kind of way that you need to be doing it in Sword and Shield, I did find Sword and Shield to be a lot more easier to be doing it in. To be fair, I haven't tried it in this game, but what I have heard, it's like such a pain. I will say though that it's kind of annoying though that spiritual is kind of only available through eggs in Scarlet and Violet. There is like you can do like reset for it, but eh. Then again, you know, spiritual is usually quite rare anyways, and most likely will be encountering it with eggs anyways. There's some games that you can be doing even runaways from them, which is nice. Most of the time it's either soft resetting or reading. I still will most likely though at some point be hunting spiritual, I mean PTSB. It's soft resets, but we'll see when I get there. It's one of the only ones that, apart from like legendaries, mythicals, that I will be going for. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that the ones that you'll be doing soft resets for, they are stuck at full odds anyways. At least in this game. Yeah. Happens. And the problem with Scarlet and Violet and, you know, resetting as well is that sometimes the Pokemon just doesn't appear and, you know, and sometimes just takes forever to be showing up. It's another, like, quite annoying thing about Scarlet and Violet resetting as well. Like, surely in Legends Arceus it might be taking a while, but it doesn't take that long. Nice. Yeah. I did go for a Piplup myself. I got a Starly under 1,000. And then I did get Piplup like 3,200-ish. I don't remember. And unfortunately I don't have the footage anymore. But Dialga was like under 1,000. Yeah. But then again, there's the people of was anyways that I would have been stopping at getting it in Grand Underground if I wouldn't be getting it too soon anyways. Because I wanted to be getting the early purchase bonuses things. Nice. Yeah, my Alpha Gudra hunt that I do usually once a week is over 200 normal-sized faces. And 11 alphas. Only 6 more to be found before I have found every single one of them. But happens. Oh, did you do it in Scarlet and Violet? Wow. Or Scarlet, but anyways. Yeah, I can see how that can be a pain. I will most likely myself be going for the Alola Wallpigs in Alola. Yeah, there is definitely some shinies that are interesting. I mean, I will say that in my opinion, Alolan Vulpix is not too easy to be noticing in anywhere that it's shiny. It's not a bad shiny per se, it's just like not the easiest to notice out of everything. It's kind of a one that I'm kind of questioning why people don't complain about it as much in Scarlet and Violet, that it's hard to be noticing. I mean, I guess because people haven't really been making those videos after DLC did, you know, be a thing. They did really do it only in the beginning. But I would like to say that definitely Alolan Vulpix would be up there. Even though I will be saying that I think that I would be quite confident about it. But I still would like to say that it's not the easiest of them all to be noticing. It's kind of the situation, as I said, with bunch of Pokemons, that I don't mind that the change is like not that drastic, but just make one of the colors be more like saturated than the other. Like even with that like saturation change, like let's say that a pink in Alolan Vulpix would be more saturated, it would be a lot easier to be seeing. And it doesn't need to be by too much. But you know, a little bit, like I don't know, I think it's a little bit easier to be seeing. And you know, it doesn't help that you need to be looking it in the snow. I will say though that even though Alolan Sandshrew is a lot easier to be noticing, like the difference, but the problem is that you really only can be seeing it from the belly, and sometimes it's annoying to be looking for the belly. Because it's not like it's always gonna be facing you. They were gonna be having a break soon indeed. Yeah. I mean, it overall does change to like pinkish, but it's just like, do you see it is a different thing? But it does overall be changing to a little bit more pinkish. Speaking of, like, it always reminds me that Slowpoke is one of the shinies that is hard to be noticing, but that also reminds me of, like, in Sword and Shield when they did, like, give us the Galarian Slowpoke early. And I remember a bunch of people did Masuda hunted beforehand. I mean, it makes sense, but this kind of makes it odd that there really wasn't anything in this game for the DLC. Then again, I will also say that this game didn't really introduce too many, like... This game's DLCs didn't, like, provide that many new Pokemons. It really did. Yeah. I will say that I still don't fully get it why people have always said that Slowpoke Shiny is bad, because I only think that Slowpoke Shiny, the regular one, not the Galarian one, it only is really hard to notice in Scarlet and Violet because of the different and new lighting that they are using. I think in every other game it's pretty easy to be noticing, especially because in every other game used to be always be seeing the sparkles when you encounter it. But eh. Why would it need to be changing too much? But yeah, ads in soon, so I'll be making my way up, setting up a picnic and be ready to be making a new sandwich. Wait like a minute or so, then I will be actually starting making it, because it doesn't take too long to be making one anyways. Start making it then. Even though I technically could be going to this menu and be, you know, waiting, because it still doesn't take me, you know, 10 minutes to be making the sandwich. For some odd reason, it doesn't take that long to be making a sandwich. It's quite shocking. There we go. Nice shadows. I don't know how to be working. But that's nothing new. Shadows don't know how to be working. Back to the bottom we go then. Oh, I was inside the building, that's why I did. Spawning in anything. Oh, group spawn. Understandable why there is like nothing spawning in. So, but sure will be making way to the other spot that I still like to be doing it this way, that I do like half an hour in one spot and another half an hour in another spot. How about you don't run into me? I don't really like that. But yeah, it's so funny to be seeing it right now, that there's so many like ice cream discounts going about, because, you know, of course brands they want like new ice creams out to the summer. But at the same time, why didn't they do it a little bit earlier? So they would actually be having like in the stores room for the new ones. Because it's not like it's gonna be too late, you know, there's still a bunch of summer left and everything, but should have been getting going sooner. So probably one of the coolest thing that is like on quite a good amount of sales right now is pretty much any kind of like sparkling water or mineral water. To be fair, most of the waters in here, at least during summertime, they do be having at least a little bit of like minerals, you know, because it's summertime. It's important to be getting everything in. And, you know, discounts because, or sales, whatever things, because, you know, it's important that you're hydrating. Bunch of stores have like buy like 2 package of this for like €60, and they're normally like 2 are like €80. First of all, because they know that they will be able to still like profit out of it, and second thing is that, you know, it's important that, you know, people hydrate. Even though I will say that in here, you know, tap water is decent. I know it's a thing that is in the thing in everywhere, which is unfortunate if you ask me. But you know, it's not that bad at all. It's, you know, the way that if you really need it, you can drink it. It's not up to everyone's taste, of course, because nothing ever is. But hey, it's a possibility at least, so that's something. Yes, not too long time ago, there was a soda that was on, or like soft drinks, I guess. You know, those kinds of ones. There were a bunch of them in sale. It was very nice. It was partially because they wanted to be getting more space for other things, but definitely one of the reasons is that, you know, people be hydrating, please. Which is a very good thing, even though it has been taking like a few years. Or it did take a few years for them, like, stores to be understanding that, you know, the summers are warm situation. But hey, better late than never. Better late than never, indeed. And also, I don't know if it's a thing in too many other places, but in here we do be selling quite a big, like, canisters of, like, water. So if you will be going into, like, summer cottage or something like that, vacation somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and, you know, you want to be getting water, they're pretty common. Like, surely they are expensive, but, you know, not that expensive. And, you know, when you're out and about and, you know, you don't really have access to water, then, you know, that's good. That's good indeed. Also, another thing that I know that is a little odd, that not really odd, but a thing that like happens here that doesn't happen in too many other places, from what I have like heard, is that, you know, in parks and whatnot there is, you know, benches there, but especially during like summer times in here, there is just, you know, randomly in walkways there is chairs there, so, you know, people can be sitting on them and they are walking, which is very nice. And, you know, definitely I think that this should be happening more often, but then again, I guess in here it's not that common, especially in smaller places, to be having a like bunch of parks. So, you know, getting to be having chairs kind of randomly every once in a while in the way that you're walking anyways is quite nice. But yeah, I don't think that it's too much of a thing anywhere else, but I think it should be. But as I said, I think that it's a big thing in here because we don't indeed be having that many parks. We can be having quite a bit in between, like 2 parks in here. At least, like, since I live in a relatively small place. Usually you see parks a bunch in like the middle of like big cities. Or in bigger cities anyways in here. And not that many in smaller places. It do be differing though from place to place because some places have bunch of parks because they've always been in the way of like it's a small place. Like it's that small of a place, so you know everyone would be having a place to be meeting each other. Place that I grew up in indeed was one of those kinds of places. As I said, unfortunately it's kind of dead nowadays because there really is nothing that much going on. Unfortunate, but it unfortunately does happen quite often to smaller places that over time, especially if they don't really want to be going with like what is new and works nowadays way, They are unfortunately gonna kind of die. Like fully die, of course, because there's always gonna be people that enjoy being there, have been living there their entire lives and don't want to be leaving, but it's just hard to be getting new traffic into those kinds of places. Which I will say, for witches, it's a good thing that, you know, sometimes like a smaller place does go together with a bigger place. It's quite common in here. Because it kind of benefits both parties. Be benefiting both parties indeed, both the smaller and the bigger place. But I will say though that I think that there forever should be like smaller places still. I don't want them to be fully gone at any point. Because, you know, it's always nice to be going to visit them, even though it would be for like a short visit, you know, to just kind of drive through the place or walk about a little bit. But as it's definitely not a place that I would personally like to be living in. Then again, I don't really want to be living in a place that there's too much going on either. I like the nice in the between. Like, surely there can be like things happening there, but I don't want them to be like in the immediate area of like where I'm living in. You know, I don't go to concerts, those kinds of things, so I don't really need to be having them too close by, and you know, I like some peace and quiet. We like some peace and quiet indeed, so not too bad. Be living in here right now, even though, you know, would like to be getting moving at some point, of course. Just not the easiest to be finding, you know, a place. There's a bunch of options for sure, but at the same time, like, if you're getting less and paying more or about the same, is it worth it? Especially because we don't have to. This is always a different story when you have to be moving. I don't think that we have ever been in a situation that we have to move. At least not at the time. Like, it was the case that, like, surely if we would have been going when I did live with my mom, it was the situation that a few times was the case that if we would have been living there for like for a few more years, then it would have been like an absolute need to. And then again, when we did, like, when my parents were together and we did live in like our own place, own house and everything, it was like at the time it was a good size for us, but it was a little bit too much room when they did separate. Plus, you know, my older brother did move away as well. It was like just too many empty rooms, and you know, why pay for them if you don't really need them? There's some other things that were a little bit wrong with that place. Especially when it did come to the eating. It was I guess it would be called. I mean, we literally called it like oil-based heating. Be getting like oil, and that would be the way that it would be heating the place, and you know that's quite expensive. And there is only very few places that you can be getting it from, and you know you can't also be getting it too often, mostly because they don't want, of course, you to be using too much of it. I'm just glad that it isn't really a thing nowadays. It's a very old thing to be heating your place with that. But then again, you know, most of places in here are quite old. So it isn't unfortunately too surprising to me. I think that's far enough moved away from there. Seems to be that most of the annoying ones are gone. Except Spartha. Sometimes it's so weird that sometimes they do be like attacking you from very far away, and sometimes they're like, don't care. It's quite hard to be getting away from them as well when they do decide to be zooming. They do be, you know, quite fast. Just want to make sure that those two are going away from here and not, like, standing where I'm standing. Oh yeah, I guess soon as another sandwich time then. Like in a little bit over 5 minutes. I like that the iron hands there did spawn in, and then it's just like started to be climbing up somehow. As you know, one does when they do be floating. You know, the usual. It's honestly a thing that would be kind of cool to be seeing in this game if we could be actually seeing like Pokemons that are randomly in the wild would be actually like climbing things like that, like Hishuin's, not Hishuin, Sneasler is doing. It's kind of cool. Like surely there would be more Pokemons that could be doing it like that. So you know, why not have them? Why not be having them then? So I think that would be kind of cool to be seeing. Is there, you know, anyways interacting with the environment? Can you imagine if they would be having like terrified look if they will be like falling down on an accident. Silly things again to be adding to the games that don't really make a difference, but would be kind of cool to be seeing. Will be saying that I will be a little bit shocked if I don't get anything at the end of the 3rd hour. Be very shocked. And that fact. So of course I don't know the exact amount of Pokemon that I would be encountering at that time, but I would like to say that I would have been hitting the odds. I think that's quite a fair assumption to be making. Then again, it did take in like this week in Legends Arceus to be like taking like 2 hours almost to be finding anything. And I did find a ridiculous amount of them, so maybe it's happening again. Then again, I will always say that I do be appreciating more if there is from a longer time span there would be more consistently things there than the fact that, you know, there will be a bunch of them in a short amount of time. Yeah. There we go. It's a little better now. What are you? If it is the case, you know it is the case. What can you really be doing about it, unfortunately? There doesn't really seem to be anything that you can be doing about it. But eh? At some point for sure. Hopefully this hunt is one of those hunts that you know, it's pretty easy to be seeing every single shiny in here. The only one that you might be having a little bit of troubles is, or I guess 2 Pokemons, Iron Threads and Iron Hands. I was not too sure about Climate, but after I have been getting a few of them, then I would like to say that they are pretty easy. But it is for me the case with quite a good amount of Pokemons that before I find the first one I'm like, this is gonna be hard. But anyways. A little pink dance bars, perhaps? More millions. I'm gonna do one more round in here, then I'll be going ahead and heading out of here. Making yet another sandwich and such. Single one like that indeed. About to like actually be fully running out of this one anyways. Usually I don't cut this close, but don't really care. It's gonna be some cutouts anyways from either the first or the second one. Usually from both, to be fair. I was thinking that there would be more than a minute left at that point when I did check it, but hey, it doesn't matter that much. There we go. It's about to say, fuck, I can actually get out of there. Let's go with this. The very safe one, you know. It's still probably one of the weirdest ones to be having as a pick for sure. Because at least most of the time, even though, you know, things might be put on the food, it might not be the most safest thing to be eating still. But then again, you know, it's Pokemon. I don't know why the dude really wants to be going through the table there, but I guess, I suppose. Little strange, gotta say, but happens. Yeah, this sandwich is gonna be not that much use. It's gonna be like over 5 minutes is not gonna be used. What? Eh. That's a good thing about not making sandwiches using rare ingredients, like, you know, herba mysticus and whatnots. Literally the only, like, rare ingredient there really is. Which is nice, but a little unfortunate. I mean, surely it's nice that, you know, all the ingredients are somewhat easy to be finding in the first place. Unlike in Sword and Shield, you know, getting, you know, good berries is annoying. Getting certain food items is annoying because so for some you need to even be trading for them. And, you know, you need to be resetting their stock and stuff. If it would be the case that, you know, at certain parts of the week there would be like certain ingredients there, then I wouldn't mind it as much, honestly. Like, let's say Mondays there's this rare item that is being sold. Tuesdays there would be another one, and so on and so forth. I think that could have been quite nice. Would have definitely be appreciating it. But then again, like, if you're just making curry for, you know, making curry, it doesn't really matter. But if you want to be, like, making the curry decks and or the and or, you know, be getting shinies from that, then, you know, would be nice to be getting the rare ingredients. Which reminds me that I gotta continue that hunt at some point. It's a hunt that I do on my own though, the curry making, because it's kind of mindless. And I enjoy it more if I have something else that I'll be doing at the same time. I'm not just hunting it. I mean, technically I could be doing it when I'm streaming, but eh. It's always a little bit of a shocker when you do be despawning something that you didn't see fully. Always a little bit scary indeed. I guess I know that a bunch of people have been losing their shinies because of that. But isn't that part of the fun? To be fair, people like to be doing safari zone hunts or safari game hunts anyway, so what's really the difference? I mean, one you did fail yourself and the other one, like, you don't really have control over. You kind of do in certain situations have control over. Like, does the Pokemon flee or not? At least you can control it a little bit. I mean, of course, like, at the end, nothing is guaranteed to be working one way or the other, but you could be improving it, even though I'll just be throwing Pokeballs or Safari Balls. That's my strategy still. And again, you know, it's not like I'm going for anything that rare, so... Oh yeah, I think I could be looking at one thing right now. I'm gonna be waiting anyways. Other things are spawning in. Any light is the one that I want to look for. You know what other Pokemon spawn in the place that I would like to hunt it in? Thankfully available in quite a good amount of places indeed. Pokeballs. I think it's... I could be doing it in there, I guess. I think it's gonna be mostly same. It's there. Not really depending on that much in the area that they are in, I would like to say. Hello. I don't know why I'm saving this far away. Hello there, little buddy. Unfortunately, nothing too special about you, but hey, it do be something. Just need to be looking for Vanilla Age. Probably getting shinies. Oh no. Nice critical capture, let's go. Hello. Could be nicknaming you Vanillite for funsies. I think I will be doing that even. You're Vanillite. And you're definitely going to be quirky by nature. Sure guess for you. Let's see. Be careful, little fella. It's a reengage race. Well, as usual, I'll be evolving them all at the end. But hey, you know, One isn't too bad. Definitely taking those. Yeah, because I said it that I want to be hunting Vanilla Age. It's again, by the way, that I get shiny when I'm talking about surfing or Vanilla Age. Or at least about you. I guess indeed surfing hunt for summertime I want to be hunting for Vanilla Age, and at least one place that I did look for, it is 75% of the time there. Which is, you know, pretty good. Which mostly likely will be also meaning that it's gonna be the only thing that I encounter if I can get the encounter rate that high. The other two things that are spawning in there is the Shelter and Goldeen. You know who doesn't want the lovely little ice cream in the middle of the summer floating about in the lake? Who doesn't want that? Yes, I could be double checking as well that it did go to the right box, but even if it didn't, you know, I can be always somewhat easily be switching it anyways. But I think I will be checking now when I'm done with this sandwich, so you know, the next break indeed. But yeah, I really hope that you can also be lucky and find a shiny today. You know, progress is still progress, no matter how little it is. Always that little bit of closer of getting a thing. I would like to at least be finding one more of the Dunsparce kind. Would absolutely love that. Three if the game wants to be generous, you know. But hey, I don't mind it. I have few ideas anyways in mind for what I want to do after I do begin the 3 segmented one. Few ideas in mind indeed. I mean, of course, the thing is that if I have not at the time be getting the amount of word that I have been getting subs, I'll be getting the amount of subs that I've been getting before that point. Be getting as a Dunsparce. Like, that's gonna be a thing because, you know, I know kind of promised it. Even though, you know, sometimes it takes a while to be doing them. But yeah. For example, if I now would be getting it, I'll be hunting for 10 more anyways. But either most likely in here, I would like to say, because I have outbreak ideas in mind for another dance bars. Because I would like to be getting a shiny tree segmented dance bars from an outbreak, but I would like to say that that's most likely gonna be boosted odds. Either only the either that I'll be using sparkling sandwiches that I normally don't use, or I'll be knocking down 60. Haven't fully decided which one I want to go for. I'm not gonna be going for both. Like, even though I will be going with increased dose, I don't want it to be like that boosted. One or the other. I could technically be doing a little bit of both. If I would really want to. It's always an option. I thought it was the 2 segmented dance bars there, but it's just 2 dance bars right next to each other. Silly things, silly things. You gotta love them. But it's very good to know that Vanillite is very common spawn there. I knew that it was common, but I didn't think that it was that common, you know? The good thing also about doing the ones with surfing is that there really can't be random encounters during it, thankfully. Because, you know, the random encounters don't really exist, the explanation point ones that normally appear in grass. And then, you know, everything else is just surfing. I know I like that. I like it quite a bit indeed. I would like to see I would like to see a little bit more of that. Duck trio there. Thankfully the dance bars indeed did move there. So I could see a little bit more. They also were gonna be having another break in soon indeed. It will be a good place to be getting something to drink, something to eat. Take a break any shape or form, because it's gonna be as usual about 3 minutes that I'll be doing quite a bit of nothing. Apart from, you know, in this case I'll be making a sandwich ready because might as well. Might as well, be getting most usage out of the sandwich time anyways. Doesn't really hurt now, does it? Game, I know I have sandwich time left. Why is there like nothing spawning in? Of the Dunsparce kind, that is. And it's not like there was too many group spawns that I did see as well, so you can't really be blaming on those either, game. I really can't indeed. Few more rounds to go then. I will be heading up then. I'm gonna do another round in here. Honestly. Why not? If I don't go too far away, not too many of them can be spawning inside walls. It's the reason why I pick the spots that I do anyways. Also, it only might be... I only might be having enough time for one round in here, but anyways. Because unfortunately, things can be spawning inside the walls indeed, and I'd rather not make that happen. Let's see a little bit what spawns in here, then I'll be heading out of here. Pretty sure there was all the spawns that would be happening there. But yeah, I need a chime soon. I'm gonna check out if it's in the correct box. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. A little vanillite there. I mean, they do be sharing technically the shiny because both of them do be turning from blue to pink. They do be doing that. And I was wrong, I do need curry powder for this. I mean, I probably still would have been have enough because I did have 11 of them. Oh, I don't know, maybe not. $11 might have been not enough then. I mean, then, you know, if I would be running out, then I might have been just either making a difference sandwich or not run for half an hour. Because usually 12 are gonna be used. There we go. Guess, you know, 6 hours and a half an hour each. Or 6-ish hours is usually the case. Don't know, that would be 12 sandwiches if I can count. There we go. Nice. I think I might be doing this sandwich by walking. I mean, I'll be using the bike to be getting there, or Pokemon, whatever my thing. It is, you know, quite a futuristic looking bike. Hoping that there isn't gonna be too many annoying ones there indeed. Also, going back to the vanillite thing, is that also that if vanillite is foundable in like decent amount of places with surfing, then it also means that it's quite unlikely that I would need to be switching the tea too often. Which is, of course, the thing that I like to do less. I don't like to be changing the time too often myself, so that's certainly something. It's certainly something indeed. I'm pretty sure, yeah, you're not shiny. You're still not allowed to be sleeping. I haven't said it a bunch of times today, but Iron Hands is never allowed to be sleeping because it do be looking way too often shiny when it's sleeping. And you know that's not allowed. We're looking shiny. I like that the three piece the track log are going completely different directions. It's very interesting. But yeah. We'll see, we'll see. I'll double check the threads, but I'm pretty sure that's normal. Just to be sure your thread's right. Yeah. I was quite certain on it, and seems like my Pokemon might have been getting stuck there because it did teleport to me. It's quite usually the case. I was about to say that it's gonna be odd if it doesn't start the music soon. No music on Area Zero. I mean, technically in the entrance there is no music, pretty much no sounds at all. Which is probably still one of the strangest things of this game. That in there there's like nothing. Like not even a feigned one, like a feigned music of sorts. Just nothing. And it's not too usual for a Pokemon to not be having anything going about. The only other game that I can think of that there might not be any music going on is Legends Arceus. But every other game really has like at least a little bit of music sound like at all times. And then again, you know, you can always be thinking that Legends Arceus was at the time when they didn't have like speakers everywhere. In every other game they are having speakers absolutely everywhere. Wrong one. I guess I might be starting to like destroying all the dance bars because if I'm only gonna be running about in here, it's better to be knocking them down. There's not too much room for things to be despawning, so I'll go here, wait them to be despawning, and then wait a while and look about. This part is definitely one that I want to be getting rid of ASAP, especially because I'm not riding a Pokemon. It's very hard to be getting away from it quickly. And I can be doing it. Hopefully I didn't want to speed through again because then it might have been able to catch up to me. It is kind of weird that they only do like one of those zoom-ins, like they don't keep doing it. But hey, I'll take it. It for sure. Instead, you know, less likely for them to be being meanies and attacking me. Even though the good thing is that I should be able to run away from them all the time anyways. Imagine if you would be getting a running charm so you can be always running away from things if you have that. Because I will say that in my opinion it should be like 100% guaranteed that you can be running away from Pokemons if you're level 100. Especially because most of the time Pokemons aren't gonna be like near level 100 in the wild. There's few situations where that is indeed the case that the Pokemon's over, or not over level 100, but around level 100 or even at 100. But I still think that it should be the case that the that you should be able to run away from things if you're level 100. And again, there is so many ways nowadays to be running away from things guaranteed. Having a ghost, having a smoke ball with a Pokemon. So it isn't truly needed for anything, but I wouldn't mind it. Running away charm, getting by. You get the running charm by running away from like a million Pokemons. Wouldn't you like to be having a running charm? Be kidding, you know. Speed walking a charm after you have taken 10 million steps. You can destroy it, it's not too close to the edge. You'll be running faster. I mean, I will say that the running is quite enough, of course, but I wouldn't like to be able to run even faster. I certainly wouldn't mind it. Oh, you're poor. I can encounter you at least, so I'll give you that much. Now you're free to do whatever you want, which is most likely be diving soon. But at least it's not stuck in the rock anymore. Helping out a Pokemon to be getting... not to be stuck in a rock. Buries itself underground instead. You silly Pokemons. Did change my direction, but I guess too late. Also, will say though that I don't think that the music needs to be starting over again if you do be going into a battle. I don't think that it needs to be happening every single time. Like maybe every once in a while, but it definitely doesn't need to be happening every single time. Just trying to see if the transfers was certainly going away, would be fully going away there, but it didn't. You seem big. You are on the bigger side. Indeed. But it was quite interesting to be getting again, like nothing going on. Transporters, like no marks. Or like being bigger or smaller than usual. Even if it would be just like slightly bigger or smaller than average, would still be thinking that it would be happening somewhat often. And it does. You'd be thinking that most of my one that I have found are something with something else going about than just, you know, being a usual Pokemon. It's always funny to be seeing characters in game be doing the same movements. Same movements at the same time, you know, it's a little bit funny to be seeing them to be doing that for sure. I'm gonna try to make the sandwiches this time a little bit more even. Like, I'm not gonna be wasting most of the other one and then, like, leave the other one be quite empty. I'm gonna double check. 'Cause I can't be targeting still there. That, you know, it's still going on. Can't be targeting in the walls. It's not like I can't be doing them for those. It's just the walls specifically. Like, just in case. It would have in quotes be fixing itself. I mean, of course, it's not a big deal at all that it does do that. It is a little annoying to say the least. You're so used to that you can be zooming into Pokemons that are inside walls, but can't anymore. And again, would I really need it for anything? No. But would it be nice to still have, since it was indeed a thing? Yes. Seems like a strange thing to be removing for sure. I also want to do a little bit of hunting on one rock again, which is, or yeah, is somewhere down there. I'll be doing too much, of course, but a little bit, you know. Why not? I found a few shinies in there. So no, why not to be finding another one? There we go. Oh, small. Oh, mean. Was taking a little look-see at the very small downspores. Or what at least seemed to be a small downspores. Did in actuality... Maybe. I honestly, again, like, it's one of those things that it would be a silly thing to definitely be going for, but I wonder how long it would be taking to be getting either the smallest or largest of every Pokemon. And you know, can be having them. Because there do be certain Pokemon that can only be appearing at certain sizes. And I'm only talking about this game, so you know you could be getting the sandwich boost as well. But it gotta be taking some time for sure, right? was thinking of going to the other side to be hunting for the last few minutes before time for another sandwich. You do be getting a very interesting glow there, buddy. What are you up to? It is kind of strange that some of the places in here do be getting like the glow quite well, and then other places don't really. I mean, it doesn't really make the most amount of sense. Why would they be getting it anyways? I don't know what happens. I'll double check this sticklet, but yeah, I was pretty sure it wasn't anything. To be fair, I guess underneath this is, you know, quite a big crystal there, but still. But then again, isn't there crystals kind of everywhere in here, though? I guess it certainly seems like that's the case. There's crystals a little bit of everywhere over here. It's not like it will be having something to do with this region as a whole. Be having a bunch of them. I mean, yeah, it could be having the extra done there, but they usually don't change the names of different forms for evolutions. I guess slowly but surely be making my way to the door there. I think it's a good way to be exiting the area anyways. Even though I don't need to, but I might as well. Doesn't really cause any harm. Oh. Didn't even think that I was that close to you, but anyway. Mean. Let's go ahead and make another sandwich then. Since time is about to be out from that one anyways. There was like still probably a few minutes left, but don't care. Be making a new one anyways. It doesn't change that fact. Let's do the star again. I know it's a game, but still I think the pigs are quite expensive, especially sometimes. There we go. I know it's a game and everything, but I still think that indeed those pigs are quite expensive. Especially considering that those would definitely be one of those kinds of things that you would be getting like as a 10 set. I know that the games don't usually do that kind of things, that you'll be getting like things in sets, but definitely if it would be like, you know, sold in real life, then they definitely would be in like 10 sets or like in sets in general. I can't use emotes right now. Oh no. I wonder where they're spawning there anyways, because there's almost never anything spawning in when I move into the area. I mean, there's a bunch of walls, so there is that, and you know, can't really be seeing everything around the place anyways. Oh. It's trying to be getting away from you, but anyways. Will we be finding again in here? One with the pinks. Possible, definitely. I'm surprised that Esperanza didn't see me then, Esperanza, whatever my thing. I'm usually quite good at noticing you, and I'm feeling like it's gonna be zooming in here in any minute now. If I don't get it, you know, despawned. It's quite likely that they will be, you know, encountering you then. It would be quite likely. Even though it's still a shiny that I wouldn't definitely mind be getting during this. It's quite a nice one indeed. I definitely want to be hunting at some point for one of them as well. Little is definitely a little bit more questionable one to be going for. He's slightly bit harder to be noticing. Not by much, but you know, by a little bit. But then again, I don't really know. Maybe the yellow could have with Flittle be changing. Well, I don't know. That would definitely be making it easier to be noticing, but I don't necessarily mind it shiny. And of course, like, they normally share quite a different color scheme anyways. Like, you know, I don't see too much pink in Espartha anyways. So, you know, it being changing to green instead. It doesn't make too much sense, but they didn't really make too much sense with the evolution anyways. And yeah, the pink isn't too big of a thing with Evo there. But still, I think that I would absolutely love to be seeing like very drastic changes between the Prevo and the evolution. So we definitely haven't been getting that in quite some time. That, you know, it's gonna be absolutely drastic. Like something like a Golpinian's wallet situation. You know, nothing too crazy, but still, you know, nice. Oh yeah, I just realized that one Pokemon that would be absolutely horrible to be hunting in like Scarlet and Violet if it would be in this game or in these games. It's Blipplug, you know, or Beetles. Like the first stage of that. That would be absolutely awful. Because the changes in, you know, that drastic. Changes in that drastic, and it's a bug, and bugs are usually small. So I don't know how easy it would be. Everything else on the line would be quite easy to be noticing for sure. The first stage would definitely be causing issues. Like, even though I know what the change, it's not it doesn't change the most out of every Pokemon shiny wise, definitely. But you know, it is still like big enough difference that you should be able to see. And since currently it's only in the games that you'll be seeing the sparkles anyways when you encounter it, it doesn't really matter that much. But still, could have been a little bit more different for sure. Don't know what exactly, but something. Because I would like to say that it would be falling into the category small and hard to notice in general. Now that I actually think about it, it's quite interesting that they did in Sword and Shield. They did give Gigantamax form for the regional bug and the regional bird, but they didn't give it to regional rodent. Or like, you know, they didn't get anything to either wool or wool as well. That's kind of strange. Very interesting. This feels odd that they did, you know, leave regional road and indeed not to be getting Gigantamax form. I mean, I don't know what it could really be, but it's still kind of odd that they did give it to bird and the bug. It's not like it's one of those regions that is kind of hard to be pinpointing who it is. Because I will say that even though, you know, it's pretty obvious the regional bug of... why again? Oh. Like, even though it's pretty obvious that the regional bug of Shino is, you know, Cricketod, the Cricketune, but at the same time the problem really is that they are nighttime exclusive, so if you're not playing at nighttime you might not be noticing that it's that. So most likely the new bug that you could be seeing before could very well be, even though it's hard to be encountering one, could be Burmy. I guess indeed if you don't play at nighttime you're not gonna be seeing it, and you know, you get access to, you know, honey pretty early, and Burmy is definitely one of the most common ones. And also another thing I will say, that I wouldn't be too surprised if someone would be thinking that if they didn't know any better, didn't know, you know, previous generation Pokemon, that Wurmple would be the regional bug. Because you can be finding Burmy Wurmple, you can be finding easily on either honey trees or in the Eterna Forest. And on both of the places it's pretty common, so, you know, if you didn't know, then, you know, you might be thinking that it could be either Wurmple or Burmy. Because as I said, cricket really makes sense, but the problem is indeed that it's just... it is just, you know... nighttime exclusive. Also, Chodo is a weird place, like, what is regional bug in there? I mean, it's not like regional bug is really a thing that every generation has, but it kind of makes also sense that Chodo would be having two, one for daytime, one for nighttime, even though technically they are, you know, worse than exclusives, weirdly. But hey, to be there though. To be there. Same it is with Scarlet and Violet as well. It's hard to be pinpointing, like, for sure, like a regional bug. I think it's mostly said that it's gonna be like Tarantula and and Spite Ops, which makes sense because you encounter them so quickly. But also Nimble could be the regional bug with low kicks. I mean, Scarlet of Violet did make things a little weird. Because both the regional bird and regional bug is a little questionable who it is really. Mostly because when they are encounterable in the games. Because both of the bugs you can encounter relatively early, technically, before you get even a badge. And then for whatever reason the regional bird is ridiculously late. Into the point that you would need to be... I'm pretty sure you need to be having at least a badge in order to be capturing one, and it will be obeying you. Just, you know... interesting, to say the least. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm be able to summon Goat randomly, you know, in here. And if I would be having one capture, then, you know, it's a possibility. Technically have, but in another game. It's in the Scarlet, indeed. I was about to say that I think I will be going to here and, you know, do little bits in here. Just because I can. I would also be wishing that dawn spores would be spawning in the very bottom. The best part about it is that it's a very large area and, you know, it's nice and flat as well. Unfortunately, you know, not available in there. About to say is that Glimora over there, the leader there, but no, there was another Glimora there. It's just a little bit higher up than most of the Klimet there. I don't run into too many Dragalogs too often, so I kind of forgot that they are aggressive kind. Then again, you know, most of the pseudo-legendaries be like that, so, you know. Fair enough, fair enough. I think one of the... Is it actually the case? I don't remember, but I would like to say that it is. I think one of the only middle stage for, you know, the pseudo-legendaries is that it's not aggressive is Pupitar. And then again, I will say that it's not like it can be moving, unfortunately, too much. It's quite a bit in a cocoon state, to say the least. I'm kind of thinking, is Shotgun even available in the wild this game? Or is it like an Evo only? It's one of the those things again that they do kind of weirdly. I don't know. What pseudo-legendary middle stages are available and what are not. No Pupitar being one of them to be actually available in Shellgon could very well be that it's not. Ghost that does for us, unfortunately. That's an interesting group spawn. They do be most of the time anyways, very interesting. One thing also that is gonna be quite interesting to be seeing is that since there kind of has been twice the situation that there is somewhat of a special Pokemons that at first they were available unlimited amount of times and then they got only limited amount of ones that you can be capturing. I'm talking about Ultra Beasts. Is Paradox Pokemon gonna be the same? It could be, but it would be kind of weird. It could be, as I said, also a thing that they are only in this game ever. Or maybe in a distant future they will be again in a game. Where there is more or less time traveling again. Or I don't know what they are up to. So it could be the case. In the next main series games that the Paradox Pokemon, there's only gonna be one of them available to you. Go back and forth in here for a few times, then we'll be heading up. I think I will be, at least in the beginning of the next one, I'll be going ahead and going into the place that I like to hunt in every once in a while. Very bright light from these crystals today, I have noticed. Makes sense, I suppose, but it doesn't really need to be that bright, you know. Less bright would also be working quite well indeed. Unfortunately, don't have enough room to pick another one again. I'm trying these for them though. Oh. Let's get out over here then. start making the sandwich then. Sunset flower pick again. I think I will be going ahead and mostly run out of every pick there, and then I'll be buying more. It seems like you're floating. This doesn't seem like you would be touching tomato there. Sure. If you say so, game. There we go. Let's pick up and go then. I will say that since, you know, I'm level 100 with my Pokemons, and you know, there goes the display of like Pokemons gaining levels, or EXP, same thing, in the picnic thing. I think it could have definitely be done in the way that it first of all wouldn't be showing it, and the second thing is that there could be saying that Pokemon here from a poison or para, because that's also what happens there. It's quite easy thing to be forgetting that it does do that, because it just doesn't display it. It does like fully heal, and that's like a thing that I guess you can notice, but it could be displaying like it heals and stuff in there for sure. Does it really do anything? No, but it wouldn't really be hurting, if you ask me. Let's go ahead and make myself in the place indeed that I did say to be going at the beginning of this, but I don't know how much I'll be hunting in there. Because the problem is that it's not this one, but anyways, I'm gonna be going to here, see if things even spawn in there. There is quite likely that there's gonna be indeed group spawns like that. It's that one over there. But yeah. We go in here a little bit though, you know. Doesn't hurt to change it up a little bit. Quite a nice location anyways to be finding one in. As I said, I have found a few shinies from this place. You know, Paradox Pokemons. Okay, one of the only downsides to be doing in there is the amount of group spawns that are most likely gonna be spawning in. I guess you're just, you know, loading in a bunch of places for things to spawn in, and you know, it is quite likely that things are gonna be also spawning in the same spots as well. Legendary. I don't think that I will ever be capturing it in this game because it's not really a reason. I don't really care to be using it myself, so... I don't care to be using it myself, so there really is no reason to be getting it as well. Because I already have my right Pokemon. I know that this game is very nice and, you know, that is the best nature-wise. Which is definitely a very nice change that they did do in this game, that you know, certain Pokemon are gonna be the best as they can be. Indeed, the no legendaries being the best nature and stuff. Doesn't definitely hurt at all. Wow. Almost only Dunsparce there. Pretty cool. And they even despawn in here. They most likely can't be even despawning in here because they don't usually like to be despawning on top of rocks. Because normally, like, sometimes when they don't, like, go away there on top of rocks, they try to be getting out of there, but of course not always they can be doing that, so... Yeah, I don't know, I probably should be always turning away, because I don't like to be running away from there while looking there. So, you know, you never know. I don't know what werewolfings can be spawning in there. So, you know, I'd rather not be seeing them. Again, almost only Dunsparce there. It's quite insane once again that that's going on. It usually happens only every once in a while. And again, usually that rock is a place that things are spawning in, or it's like spawning in the one that you want, weirdly. With lonely Dunsparce down there again. I will say one thing that I'm a little bit surprised about, that there hasn't been too many Iron Hands in here. Yeah, I was pretty sure that it was just the fighting there. I want to make sure with those dreebies anyways. because the Dragolog did look a little strange with the way that the light was there indeed. I wonder why is it always like down there, like a Dunsparce? It's like always guaranteed to be there, Dunsparce. Could be. Seems to be there quite often. Seems to be quite often indeed. Oh, there is now a Krakenagla. There is a... There Dunsparce is something else definitely there. Oh, it's an Iron Bundle. I did see like something else to be there as well. I wasn't too sure what it was though. And yeah, another reason why I don't really like to be hunting in this spot, because I just feel like it takes too much concentration and, you know, waiting time, and I don't really mind waiting per se, but it just seems like unnecessary wait. He's the Dunsparce again. It's just kind of silly, like why can't there even be something spawning in there? Like, it doesn't really make too much sense for anyone to be spawning in there. Or anything to be spawning in there. I mean, you know, to be doing what they do be doing, but still. There soon can be even a group spawn. Yeah, there can be group spawn spawning in anymore. Yeah, I think I will be doing this for maybe another like 5 minutes. Oh, how long have we been doing that? Oh, already. Like half of the sandwich then. And I'll be getting out of here. And I don't want to wear those no like group spawns. Nice. Let's crack an apple there though. It would be kind of cool to be seeing a shiny from like to be down there and, you know, be able to see it from such a far away. Possibility, definitely. Could you like please? Depending on what it is, it might be hard to notice though. The shiny or not down there. I think the Iron Bundle and maybe Iron Choculus were the two that I did find there indeed. Iron Bundle was for sure. Iron Choculus I'm not too sure about, but I would like to say that it was found there. It's gonna be another no group spawn, so let's go. Nothing even down there, huh? Nothing down there, but it doesn't also seem like there's 15 Pokemons there. And of course there's always a chance that they are just weirdly in order. Spawning from somewhere. Oh Jesus Christ, there's two. Like, alright, it is same exact spots. Yeah, I'm gonna try again because I know that there is like technically like a way to be getting them spawned in very specific ways. There only like one of them, or what's going on in here? Oh, there is a dance press there as well. Definitely interesting. Oh, Iron Valiant. What's... I think none of them are shiny still. Glimets, yeah. I'm just too sure about one of them because it's like facing a weird direction there. It's again the dance bars and the dance bars there. I think I'm heading out of here now. I'm gonna do one more check, but yeah, I'm heading out after this. But I did use like hell of a sandwich in here. It's just the thing is that I'm thinking that I'm gonna be seeing less encounters when I'm doing this, which is most likely true. It's most likely true anyways that I see less of them there. Because, you know, I need to be waiting them to be spawning in and such. We'll soon be able to get out of here. I don't see any yellow there, even though it's very hard to be noticing if there is. Where are they racing from the ground? Scary. I guess this is technically an area that I could be getting them in. Huh? I'm gonna see if this is worth it because this seems like an okay area. Iron Hands can be spawning in here, but I wonder what else can be spawning in here. It just is, you know, looking a little weird when at least the dance purse is like appearing from the ground. Problem is that I'm not really getting too many spawns. I don't know how many things can be spawning inside those crystals as well. I mean, I don't really see anything. The bee is spawning in there, but it's a different story that can something spawn in there, and can I see anything spawning there? But it could be just like such a thick wall that there can't even be anything spawning in there. Krakenagel at least also can be spawning in here. Where's the Dracoloak there? It definitely could have been spawning in. And could it be one of the ones that is like weirdly spawning like underground and can be like popping out? It could be one of those. Don't know what else really could be a logical explanation. Is that the dance did? Like slowly but surely be like raising up from the floor. Could have been just a weird thing that happened, you know, a few times, and now it's like the game knows what to be doing. But still a little odd nonetheless. It's kind of hard to be saying though, like what else is there gonna be spawning in here? Because it's just such a small area to be spawning in anything anyways. So, you know, there could be technically a Sparta in here or something like that. And no, we just don't see it. Or there can be things spawning in there. Oh. I encountered the wall. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that there could be something spawning in there. I guess why couldn't there be? It's just I didn't see anything else there beforehand. And again, like, little that you can be doing about it. And in Dunspar's situation, it's kind of unfortunate as well, because it kind of runs away from you. You do be kind of doing that. I think I will be spending the rest of the sandwich in here, though. It isn't that long that it's gonna be going on, but you know, might as well, since I did discover that there can be in here at least Dunsparce spawning in. Maybe I did see it the time that I did like try to be figuring out where I want to be hunting for this dude in here. The possibility that I did see it then. But then again, I wouldn't be too surprised if I would be like, this is an absolute terrible spot, I don't want to be doing it in here. It's a decent, it's just not really the best, considering that, you know, things spawning in there. And it's kind of hard to be seeing anyways if there's something spawned in there. Only so far be able to see the Glimora there. Alright. What did you be? I think I will be going ahead and yeah, soonish I'm gonna be making another sandwich anyways. So technically I did spend there in the rock more than half of the sandwich, but half of the sandwich timer. Low iron hands. Very small. No, you're not. Regular sized one, okay. An iron bundle. Are you big then, or what's going on? Yeah, okay, so I guess I've been encountering bigger ones today. Happens. Happens sometimes to be encountering bigger sized ones, or small sized ones alone. The average size isn't that average sometimes. I guess the only Pokemon that I haven't seen so far to be spawning in here is a Spartha. But I would be assuming that it would be available in here as well, because why wouldn't it be? Everything else has been, so why not a Spartha as well? I'm gonna do like one more round. When I do be coming back, then I will be climbing up then. Just starting climbing up then. There is most likely gonna be few group spawns that will be seen on the way there, but it's nothing really that new. There we go, we start missing some Pokemons at least. It could technically still be like spawning below us, so that's why there might not be too many spawns when you do be climbing up from the very bottom. So that they can indeed be still there, doing their things. It's quite a fun thing because the Dragonacle was so perfectly like against the crystal there, and the only thing that I did notice from it was like the middle of it. Because you know the white does blend in quite well with the crystals if they are just like a light source. Which is kind of weird that sometimes they're like a light source and sometimes they're like actually having colors. Let's go ahead and make that sandwich then. Yes, thank you. Don't know why today it has been some loading screens are taking forever. It's not like it's that new with, you know, Pokemon games being games. Sometimes it just takes forever to be loading certain things, but still pretty interesting. Interesting indeed. There we go. There we go. And again, I guess Sparta is one of the rarer ones to be spawning in here anyways. It's not like I see too often. The first place, so it could be, you know, technically one of the ones that is a little bit rarer to be seeing in here than not. It would be so nice to be getting to this game like a like encounter list with like like with percentages and everything. For some places they exist and they are nice, but of course like since things are like easily changeable, it's hard to be like saying for a fact that like what are the odds. There could be just, you know, set base odds for like Pokemons to be appearing in areas. And I wouldn't mind that myself. If there would be like as a base there is a chance, there's this amount of chance to be finding this Pokemon in the wild in this area. Because, you know, sandwiches to be making things to be different. Outbreaks say to be making things different, but still. I guess it's, you know, harder to be doing as well because spawn places are also kind of random. Apart from the ones that, you know, are always gonna be there. Like the Terra Pokemons, to most parts. There is some stellar Pokemon that can be different. Not too many, but there is some. Be kind of cool to be finding one of those Terra or Stellar Pokemon to be shiny though. It's the thing is that I don't really check them out, so of course, you know, that makes it more unlikely, but I mean, it still wouldn't change the fact that it would be cool. The only bad thing really about like hunting them is that, or at least if you're in like soft tree setting for them, is that you kind of need to be knowing what the shiny is looking like, and if you're not sure, you need to be going into battle with them. Because you can't be like checking with let's go method. And are they shiny or not, because they are always refusing to be fighting them. So, you know, that's like an unfortunate thing about them. And you know, it do be taking quite some time to be checking them out anyways, because there is the animation that needs to be playing. And stuff along those lines, so it's a little unfortunate. But a cool find nonetheless. You know, it's one of the ones that, you know, can be affected by the charm. Mm. Mm. I think the Iron Hands may or may not be stuck there. Why I'm thinking that? Oh, you did get out. Nice. You did actually be getting out. Hello, Sparta. Long time no see, buddy. Wouldn't mind be seeing a few more of you, for sure. Also, another thing I will say that it's kind of odd that Sparta is here in the first place. It kind of makes sense to be here, but there is definitely few other Pokemons that I would personally be putting here first. But then again, like, the Pokemon that I'm kind of thinking, like, is Sableye, but maybe Sableye is specifically, like, kept out of here. For, you know, safety reasons. It could be the case that Sableye is specifically not out here. He brings too much chaos and everything. Will also say that I kind of would be wishing that both Sableye and Mawile would be getting regional variants. They don't necessarily need to be getting evolutions because they did get quite nice megas, but it's indeed again one of the ones that I would like to be seeing getting more. Or one of actually the two Pokemon that would be nice to be getting something for them. But yeah. We'll see though, we'll see. Again, I have noticed that I do be liking quite a good amount of single stage Pokemons. It's not like too many Pokemon don't like them, but it just seems like I like quite a good amount of them. I do be liking quite a good amount of them. And also, I always feel like single stage Pokemons will be more likely that they would be getting some kind of attention at some point. Because not too many Pokemon feel like that they are complete without like getting a regional variant, evolution, prevo kind of things. Is definitely being one of them. Definitely could be getting a regional variant. And it seems like it would be too hard to be doing, you know, just let it be growing either in another place, another fruit, or make the bananas to be different things. It could be as simple as that. It could be switching from bananas to a certain kind of like fruit, for example. I wouldn't mind that as an idea. You don't really get too many Pokemons that would be having fruit in the design. And I don't know, do we get berries? To be fair. I mean, then again, you know, berries are quite well used, so maybe that's why we don't have too many, like, berry-based Pokemons. Because if we would be having some, then, you know, they would be in danger because they are looking like a fridge. Or a berry that would be normally used for things. Hmm. Oh. Rio? Question mark? Oh, the side debate singing for sure. So many duck trios there. Interesting. Very interesting. There you go, a helicopter. Interesting. What's going on this time? Usually don't go those in here. Interesting. Oh, things can be spawning that far away. I didn't know that. I was thinking that they can be spawning like all the way down there. I was for sure thinking that it would be way too far away from them to be spawning in. And apparently not. Sure. I don't really mind it. I'm gonna say that there isn't anything in there. Oh, jeez. We might be countering that as part of the then. We seem to be actually fine. Nice. was just thinking that it was so close by that surely it will be like starting soon. And for some reason it just takes forever for it to be like exciting that it's gonna be launching in. Which doesn't really make sense for it. Like, why would it be taking forever? I want to just be making sure. I'm pretty sure that's a normal guide. Wrong one, dude. Yeah. It's pretty sure. One of those situations, you know, when to be finding another one of them, I'm feeling more confident. I haven't found one in this game, I'm pretty sure. At least I don't remember. How many shinies have been found? Too many shinies indeed. Artha in there. Nice. Thankfully, you know, in a spot that it's quite easy to be avoiding it in the first place. Yeah, I don't think that I have found a guide in this game. I think it has only been Gibbles. Pretty sure about that. I wouldn't mind to be finding a guide, to be fair. It's in always cool to be seeing group leader to be shiny. I think I have had that happen once. It was with the gumshoes. I think that's been the only time that I have personally been getting that. But it's pretty cool still. Doesn't happen, you know, that often that you can be saying that you'd find specifically the group leader to be shiny, considering the fact that technically there is, you know, usually 4 times the chance that the other one will be there shiny instead, because, you know, there's usually 4 of them there. It does depend. Sometimes there's only 3, sometimes there's only 4, sometimes only 4. Only 2 even. But in usual situations, you know, it do be quite likely to be... you know, out there. Well, it seems like there was something dropping in there, but I guess it was just maybe the crystals did like do something weirdly. I don't really know. I don't really know what it could be. Surprisingly, I was able to run away from it. So sure that I can't. But I guess it ran out of power just before. No, happens. A mess like that to be running out of battery just before. It's just perfectly in, like, when I was turning the camera, there was the Iron Choculus, and then, like, in front of it, there was just perfectly the Glimora, and I was like, what is that Pokemon even? Because they always just happen to be, like, perfectly, like, aligned there, that it just looks like, dude, what are you? Haven't seen that Pokemon ever. Would have been kind of cool color combination, not gonna lie, but unfortunately no. Unfortunately no, indeed. But yeah, soon another hour has passed while looking for things in here, so time for another break soonish indeed. I'm most likely to be going for another hour-ish. After that, we'll see. We'll see how things go, because I would really like to be getting another one today. It just... it's so often that I only find one, and I would, like to be finding more than one. It's cooler to be seeing more evolutions. I'll do another round going down there. This time, like, fully going down there as well, and not like getting halfway through it. I think it looks different, but I'm pretty sure it's just a glow from the light, right? I know that the body also changes, but I think it's... I don't actually remember which way it goes. I know it just makes it different. It's either, lighter or darker when it's shiny. I just don't remember which way it goes, but I know that there is indeed a... there's indeed a difference there. As that it has been the times that I've been finding a shiny Diglett and or Dugtrio in this game. It's the way that I have been actually noticing it at first, and I was like looking for the nose and I'm like, oh cool. Hasn't happened too much, but hey, few times that it has happened like that. Both of them were off stream though, so you know, don't have a cool footage of me noticing a shiny that doesn't change that much from a thing that changes even less from me normally. This part that is spawned is nice. Let's go back up because it's soon. Chime indeed. Oh, come on. It do be indeed, so you know. Find the spot. I'm gonna check indeed. Has it only been dead? Max each time. All the break is going on indeed. Because I know that the first two were found in the same day. And then one there, two there. One there and one today. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Doing indeed like 2 more sandwiches at least, maybe. If I really want to, then you know, even make a third one. See though, we'll see. If I feel like doing more, then you know I'll do more. Just another sunset one. Why not? Because it still definitely makes a difference. Most definitely does. There we go. I don't know why my fingers did look quite odd there. But anyways. Do be what it do be. Back to the bottom we go. Music kind of weirdly started in the middle of the middle of the song. That makes it a question, does it like actually like kind of will still like go in the background when you get out of here and in the zero gate then? See, it is kind of odd that it's just it does start in the middle like that. Because you know, usually in games it works in the way that when you do be getting into a place, it's gonna be starting it over no matter what. Odd. Definitely odd. One of the Glimets did stay in there. I thought all of them did despawn. It's not like it does really anything. It's not like it's being mean and being aggressive or anything like that. So, you know, it can be staying there as long as it's, you know, in the render distance. Also, you'll be destroying either Unspurs or the ones that are being mean and aggressive. You need to be destroying absolutely everything. Don't really help with the situation at all. You know what I would be liking in the Pokemon games, since we do be having multiple different maps, is that I would be wishing that you could be viewing where the Pokemon spawns in every single map at once, or like if you like, it's fine if you need to be going through a menu to do that. Like, even though it wouldn't be available there, like, let's say that Dunsparce, I could be checking, like, where can you be finding it in Kitakami and in the Blueberry Academy, as well as Paldea, in the same menu. Like, surely it wouldn't be making that big of a difference, but why not make that be a thing, though? Because at least it would be a very quick way to be like checking, is this Pokemon here? Without you needing to be going to the Pokédex and search from there. You know, every single place has a different Pokédex, so... Because I think it should be a thing. At least if it is a thing I'm not aware of. If it isn't, it definitely should be. I also kind of hope that the next time Unknown are gonna be in games, like in a new game, not the remakes, is that there would be again like very much like isolated areas where each of the different letters are gonna be in. Kind of like what they did do in Shino for them, that, you know, there is like a little bit more likely you could be getting certain letters. Usually it is the case that the explanation point and a question mark unknowns are in their own place. Which I always think are from Generation 4, but no, they're from Generation 3. But anyways. Yeah, I would be wishing that indeed. And you know, they were kind of only in certain areas, the unknowns in Chodo as well, but it's before you like unlock more. You unlock more indeed. So you know, I wouldn't mind that indeed. It's kind of weird because I don't think that I have been getting too much lag on areas here around. I don't know why I did lag there then. It's honestly one of the few places for me that like never ever lags. What are you doing? What? Don't be having arena trap again. Thank you. Wasn't anywhere close game there. But anyways. Weird hitboxes, which is gonna be very much fun when they'll be going for Earthworm. Very, very fun then indeed. That's for sure. They already are kind of annoying with their hitboxes, not gonna lie. And Earthworm is kind of a strange Pokemon in that I don't really understand why it needs to be even like available in the desert at all. I don't think it's really needed to be there. Like, I think it makes more sense in a place that there is like harder ground. Considering that you find it also there in the DLC. I'm surprised that I was able to get away from here. But anyways, yeah. I think Earthworm would be making more sense in a place that there wouldn't be sand, really. I just really don't get it why it did need to be put to the there at all. I mean, surely it's nice that it's more available, it's just not, you know, available in one area, but Yes, there's either two ways they could have been going about with the hidden Pokemons, that either they are always available in the area that, or they are available in the areas that the Pokemon is normally appearing only, like Lofted, or they could have been making it in the way that they can be appearing in there at all. I mean, Iron Thread slash Great Tusk could be doing that, but it's a different thing because they're Paradox Pokemons. Which begs the question, what would have been there? I guess a Donphan would have been just there then normally. Like, what if the Donphan did get... Like, in actuality, what if the Donphan would have been hit by a certain energy and then it would be, like, put it to the past or the future form instead of the kind of a boring story that, you know, we did escape from the Area Zero. What if that would have been actually happening? Because that would have been a little bit cooler. And also kind of makes sense why the Great Tusk is a lot slower. Because, you know, Donphan is already used to that. It can be rolling about. It's already like used to it, it can be doing it normally. But in the past form it really couldn't be doing it. Which is definitely an interesting design choice that they did too, because I always felt that Donphan's big thing of a design-wise is that, you know, it rolls, you know, much higher of sort. It's very interesting that they did get, like, completely... It didn't go completely missing, but, you know, it didn't be a big part of the past Paradox Pokemon form for it. But then again, you know, Pyros weren't probably too necessary in however long time ago did past Paradox Pokemons be from. Interesting. Another kind of cool Paradox Pokemon idea that I just thought of that it would have been kind of cool to be seeing is that, like, making a form for a Pokemon that in the past it would be very big, in the current time it would be like in the middle of the yeah. In the past it would be big, in the future it would be small, and in current time it would be somewhere in the middle. Kind of going with the thing that, like, usually things are getting smaller the more, you know, things evolve. I haven't really looked at the heights and whatnots, and it's hard to really be comparing them anyways, because some of them do be, like, working completely differently. Like, you know, some of them be flying and some of them not be flying, so, you know, it is already quite drastically different, so it's hard to really compare the two. As I said, the same thing is a thing that I complained about when it was a new thing, is that people were comparing an Ursaluna in the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but it just makes such a difference that how they're standing differently. Because it does. Can be looking quite completely different things depending on the way that they are standing indeed. It's also a problem because I don't think that it's still like too well said that is the Pokemon like measured from head to toe, or is it gonna be like head to toe as a human, or is it gonna be like measured as a snake would from like head to tail? Because you know some Pokemons would be indeed wild beasts if they would be measured same ways as humans are. And same thing is with birds, like is it a wingspan or what is it gonna be? William. Doobie, what a doobie. Go. Why are you doing that to transport us? Might be like one Pokemon behind here. I was about, yeah, there is one Pokemon behind there. So I was about to say that I'm gonna be like going there, see how many things are gonna be spawning behind me instead, even though you know there's definitely a lot less space for them to be spawning in there, but you know it's not impossible. Pokemon can be spawning in sometimes in a very surprisingly small amount of spaces. That make more sense than others for sure. Let's go turn around there. This should be somewhat soon. Bunch of them spawning in because I'm soon gonna be spawning the group on there. They seem to be spawning in relatively friendly though, interestingly enough. We don't do that. I'm not gonna be destroying that iron bundle, I see. Not like I order you to be doing it, but it's just... You usually do be doing that if there's another one close by. Yeah, I was about to say I doubt that I can be squishing in there. And you gotta try though. Still an interesting thing as well that I would like to see at some point is that like let's say that Nackley line could have been getting at least, you know, Nagel could have been getting like a different form if it's in the area 0. You know, getting a different form in the game that the Pokemon was introduced in. And specifically also in the way that it would be more or less in the same region as well, that it wouldn't be like, let's say in this case it could have been like in Kitakami instead. And you know, like actually be having a Pokemon like that. I think that could have been quite cool. Would have been quite cool indeed. We should soon be and making a sandwich. I will say also one thing is a little strange about this game is that I don't understand why Area 0 is not considered to be you know, a area in this game for the Pokédex to be recognizing that Pokemons can spawn in there. I mean, I understand that maybe people haven't like been into the place and stuff, but then again, like, how do they then have Pokédex data for Pokemons? Because it kind of like doesn't make sense that in one way they are aware of there is certain Pokemons in here, but in the other way the Pokédex doesn't know that they are from there. I guess they could have been like escaping and they did have like the Pokédex entry or they like some books about them, I mean. But at the same time, like I don't know, you can't really be like making like they don't exist but they exist at the same time thing. It just feels weird. But anyways, you know, somehow, sometimes Pokédex knows what Pokémons are spawning in like in a volcano. Which I would like to say that probably would not be that safe of a place to be. Just thoughts though. Maybe volcano wouldn't be the safest place to be going ahead and figuring out Pokédex information out on. Same kind of is with the diving thing as well, that how do they really know, because it doesn't really seem like there is too many like underwater equipment in the Pokemon games. Strange indeed. Let's go ahead and go for another sandwich. I think it's gonna be the last one though for the day. I don't think that I'll be doing another one. And there's still plenty of time for finding another one, right? Not over yet. Oh, Iron Trucker list. Which is still one of my least favorite Paradox Pokemons because I just don't like how it looks. I just don't get it really. Eh. There we go. Last sandwich of today indeed then. Start with you this time. It doesn't honestly matter, thankfully. Most of these things, aka every single one of these ingredients, is pretty flat. Really do be clumping into the place. Cherry tomatoes do be scary though. They definitely do be. They definitely do be doing something that you wouldn't be expecting them to be doing. They always seem to be doing the completely opposite thing than what they should be doing. Here we go. Nice. Got to think that did I go to the right place, but I did. It's just such a habit to be going in here. So I guess, you know, just going in here. It's always a problem though. When you don't need to be going then for the thing, then still are going for it. Definitely has happened to me. Some other hunts. Alright, the last one. Just because I can. Problem is that no matter where, like, do I go with slow with walking or do I go with the like faster riding, is that I need to be waiting most likely anyways. Because the fast is like a little too fast, so you know. Pokemon can't really be spawning in that quickly. Which is a little bit of a bummer. I would be wishing that like the Pokemon spawning speed would have been adjusting to like a little bit to do like how fast you go. But it seems like the optimal speed is like somewhere in between like riding your Pokemon and walking. Or technically running, but anyways. I'm surprised that Iron Bundle could be spawning inside the wall because I'm trying to be, you know, keeping my distance to the wall. So, you know, it wouldn't be happening, at least as often. Just think that I would be far enough away from it that it wouldn't be happening, but I guess not. It doesn't really make any difference, but still. A little unfortunate for sure. But yeah, indeed, pretty nice day today though overall. Even though so far only have one found and stuff like that, and there isn't on like 20-ish minutes of hunting left for the day. But still one is progress, and it's, you know, even the correct Pokemon, so hey, that's like extra good. I mean, I wouldn't be too upset to be finding something else. Maybe Glimora slash Glimmet I would have been a little bit more upset about. I would have been okay with them still, but one of the only two that I don't really want to be seeing. And I guess if I find another Glimmet, it means that I have the entire line twice, but I don't really need to also use him so big with the Dunsparce. But yeah, it could happen technically. Unfortunate thing is that, you know, they don't really have a gender difference, so I don't really want them more. More of them indeed, but happens. Unfortunately, can't really be done anything to them. Still, the only way that I would like to be finding Glimora specifically is if it's stuck in the wall there. Or anywhere, basically, where it can be stuck in the wall, because that's, like, I guess one of the coolest ways to be finding it. Other than that, I'm not really looking for getting another one. I'm gonna also soon be starting the prediction that we will be getting the 3-segmented one from currently the one that we have found. There might be, you know, another one added there. And also the prediction indeed, because as I said, we'll be evolving at the end always. I just find it nicer to be evolving a bunch of them at once and evolve one by one. Also, the cool thing is as well that we can be getting cooler backgrounds to the evolution screens rather than just Area Zeroes, the weird screen indeed. Hello! How are you doing? I don't know what to do in that situation. Hasn't happened to me ever. Oh, it's another one there. I don't think that I see. I don't. See any yellow on those 3Bs? Let me go to a place where I'm waiting until they spawn in, then I start a prediction indeed. I mean, most likely the answer is no. I will say that much because it's only one chance, and like, I think a maximum of 3, because I don't think that I'll be finding that many in a short period of time. Anything is possible, of course, but it's unlikely. Minutes. There we go. Jeez. Need to be so loud, dude. No, the camera was like right there, but still you don't need to be doing it. Yeah, indeed, about 10 more minutes of hunting, indeed. So now that time for the prediction as well. Yeah, I still don't know what's going on today. It just seems like these crystals today just seem so much brighter than they usually are. Not like I've touched any of my settings or anything, it just seems like they're a lot brighter. It is what it is, I guess. Thankfully, you know, I can mostly be avoiding those places, so, you know, it doesn't really matter that much. Also, the good thing is that most of the things in here are anyways good, easy to be noticing. The only ones that would be struggling with that light is indeed few that I've been running into already is the 3B line. It's the only ones that are hard to be noticing. Noticing from those indeed. They're anyways harder, unfortunately. Or especially knowing when they were up there. Trying to be seeing that. Is there the smallest bit of yellow there? Need to be wearing sunglasses to be checking those spots. Definitely helps. Most definitely helps indeed. Let these two speedy spawning. But yeah, indeed, tomorrow most likely we'll be doing some Dynamax adventures. Oh, getting some checks done there. Get some checks done there indeed, so maybe be getting something there, you know. It's always a possibility that the Kabite is inside that wall. But yeah. Is it a decent day today? Only one found, but hey, I'm still happy that, you know, we found something. Still very happy indeed that we did find something because, you know, it'd be quite odd if we don't, you know, be finding something. Wouldn't be anything too crazy per se, but quite unlikely. Quite unlikely for sure. I was thinking that where did the Claymet go, but it was just blending in, I guess, very nicely with the Dunsparce there, which is certainly interesting that it was able to be doing that. Seemed quite odd, like where did it go? Where did the dude go? Gonna do like a few more rounds going a little bit down here. I don't think that I'll be going to the crystal though. I think I'll be just watching things from here. I think I should be able to notice enough things. You'll be doing the things though when they're too far away. I mean, that's thankfully nothing new. It's completely normal at this point of this game to be doing that, but it do be always looking a little bit interesting. Quite a strange one as well. What is that hitbox? For a second there I thought that the iron bundles, like the pouch there that is like quite bright blue, was a shiny gibble. It was just perfectly like behind there, you know, the guide and everything. I'm like, that's not how it's supposed to work. It's not that shade of blue. Gibble, but anyways. Is there? Do like a round or two, then we are gonna be going ahead and evolving. Ending, you know, today's hunts and stuff indeed. So I'm gonna be ending today before the next break happens. So I'm not gonna be doing another sandwich, and it would be like a few minutes of hunting afterwards, so you know it doesn't really make too much sense. I'd like to be getting one, maybe. I'm gonna be doing like two more max, but I would like to be getting one that there wouldn't be a creep spawn. But it's just so unlikely. I would need to be going so much slower. I think there was pink noses there, but my brain says that they were blue. I mean, it's not like I'm not gonna be going in here. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. There wasn't any group spawns. That doesn't count. There we go. Let's go ahead and get out. Ed is looking at me like, what are you doing? I know. You're gonna be getting attention soon. So, surprisingly, once again, to the normal chin down to be evolving down spars. And I think I will even make flight through there. Not like it's that far away anyways. I could do one on the rooftop if I would really want to. Sure, why not? I really hope it works in here. It's not gonna be the weird screen. Also save just in case if the game freaks out. Yeah, let's evolve. Definitely vanilla age. Definitely a vanilla. Let's first teach the move. That would be like, you know, that would be a good thing to be doing. Not change nickname. Change moves. Reaper moves. Hyper drill. Let's see. It will be number 7 that we're evolving. Let's use some candies with this. 3? Oh, Or see. At least it works in here. Unfortunately, it's a segmented one, but to be expected. I don't know why does it look so pretty in here, though. There's something going on up here that it looks very pretty. Just throw you out anyways. You can be hanging around in here. Sure, buddy. Yeah, unfortunately, no. I mean, there's still, you know, only one chance, but you never know. But yeah, this is indeed gonna be it for today. Nice 6 or so. Nice 6 or so hours of hunting today. One Pokemon started to shine, and that's nice. But yep. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today, and get enough rest as well. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Indeed, tomorrow, most likely, Dynamax Adventures for Xerneas as, you know, usual. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But until next time, bye!